Hi, hello, what's up? What's up? Oh god. Is the game too loud? There we go. The game's too loud, I can turn it down. Is it okay now? Okay. Well, here is... This is the new emote that came out, because I didn't know that the new event was going to have an emote, otherwise I would have covered it. But this is the new emote! Final Fantasy XIV for the Maker Raid event. Ba ba ba! Ba ba ba! And obviously I'm presenting the fat cat. Anyway, enough of that. So woo! Okay, so we're gonna be doing, I'm gonna summon my... I am going to turn the master volume down a little bit. There we go. I like that better. It's loud for me, is all. Used on TikTok? Yeah, I've seen loads of people doing it recently. Also, grand news! Corel's legend, the one, the only, the Ulda dancing man, has returned. I don't know if he's there now, but we're not gonna go there, so... Oh no! We're actually gonna go... We're gonna just get straight into the content, so let's go. So, the new stuff... There's actually a few new stuff that I wasn't expecting. Oh my god, give me a second. So I have to, like, switch to a different window. Where is this? The music's gonna cut in and out. Because I can't get it to keep doing the music. Actually, I don't need my mouse over there. I don't remember what's over there. But anyway, so let's see here. Oh, level 80? Okay. I think I'm the wrong class, is what. Let's go over and check anyway. Let's see what's required. Oh, easy! All of my classes are 80, so I'm just trying to think of which one I want to do. We'll do Goldsmith. I need to do Goldsmith anyway, level Goldsmith, because there's some level 90 items I want with Goldsmith. So, you are, pray forgive my directness, but you're none other than Madame Mole, are you not? Yep, that's me, bitch. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I am Marield, a humble servant of House Lavalier. I've heard that you're an exemplary artisan. Is this true? If so, I should hope you will be intrigued by a proposal from my employer. You see, Lady Ambulance has been focused on rather important social welfare endeavor of late, and seeks the aid of an artisan possessed of talent commensurate to the task at hand. The glint in your eye tells me you wish to know more, so I invite you to speak with her in person. As fortune would have it, she is available at this very moment. You needn't say another word. I shall arrange a seat for you under the House of Valair reservation. Pray make your way to the last stand at your earliest convenience and await Lady Ambulance's arrival. Okay. Love the quest, except it's so loud compared to everything else. So this is for the custom deliveries. As you can see, it looks like you only have to be level 80, but I think you also have to... I think you have to complete ENDWALKER, the final quest in the ENDWALKER main scenario quest, before you can pick this up, if I remember right. So the requirements are level 80 crafter. I think my allergies are terrible right now. I'm so sorry. Allergies are obtained. Yeah, so I think the requirements are finish MSQ for ENDWALKER and have a level 80 crafting class. I think that's it. Oh, there are so many people over here. Hi guys. Let's all craft together. Gran, I presume it was Merrill who sent you hither. I guess this is more of a, this is where you unlock the quests type of stream. Because I'm not going to cover all of the different scenes that happen during the quests, because we don't have, I can't do that. Unfortunately, so. Lured by the prospect of fresh endeavors, no doubt. I myself am guilty of the same. Our Lady Liberaire's correspondence has been full of the most tantalizing hints of late. That's Minfilia's mom, by the way. Her adopted mom. Where are you? Oh, no, it's Rowena. I almost never see her close up like this. She's usually like, I don't usually see her close up like this, so I had a moment of, who the fuck is this? Hello? Surprise, surprise, what, not happy to see me? Both of the options! I think I may be coming down with something. I'm ready to flee. Relax, this ain't my venture. I'm here at Philemene's invitation. I can never pronounce her name, I'm so sorry. At the very least, I insist you join us for a cup of tea. Do sit down. This is the twins' mom, by the way. That's Alice and Alphino's mom. Isn't she great? I love her. I used to have the same hairstyle as her. I see. So the studium is to begin accepting foreign students, is it? Yes, as you know, Charlene has long closed its borders and avoided interfering in the affairs of other nations, bound by a single-minded focus to secure the safety of the peoples of the star. With the final days averted, the need for such drastic measures has dissipated. It took an awful long time and near the end of the world, but the winds of change have finally begun to blow. Charlene is trying to become an open nation. That said, not all students can afford the costs incurred by studying abroad, let alone the steep price of the studium's tuition. I could scarcely imagine how those from nations who suffered the worst of the final days might attempt such a feat. To ease the financial burden, I plan to offer all necessary school supplies free of charge. Furthermore, I've already begun talks with a number of Charlene families to propose an academic homestead program. My, what a lovely initiative. A good old-fashioned cultural exchange is sure to be a mutual enlightening experience for the many Charleans who've remained cooped up with their dusty old tomes. Final days? What's that? As they come creaking out of their library. What final days? What's been going on? I've been hanging out in this library for 2 years, it looks like. Such is my hope. Last you'll recall the great deal of their fortune was poured into outfitting the Ragnarok, yes? Whoops. Why look at me? And as such, I cannot hope to carry out this endeavor long term without a financial backer. A partner, if you will. Oh. I'm all for noble causes, but you can't possibly suggest that we provide everything for free. Oh, but of course, I am. Were I to require students to repay the sum of their tuition after graduating, as some few could afford, it would be no different from a loan after all. See, well, I wish I could help, but with no prospect of income, I must respectfully decline your offer. It is not my intent to be rude, but I run a business, not a charity. I completely understand. Recently, I find myself reminiscing over the time I spent in the Ravanian hinterlands. Fortunately, the children and myself, we are also happy living in the Emporium. Idle though it might now be, the town was once tremendously effervescent. Filled to the brim with inquiring souls who travel from every corner of Eorzea in the pursuit of knowledge. Of course, it was not solely prospective students and researchers who journeyed there, far from it. As a hub of seekers of knowledge, no small few merchants made a living by procuring research supplies. In turn, they had immediate access to the reservoir of cutting-edge inventions. Come to think of it, I dare say my contact at the East Eldenar Trading Company will be intrigued to hear of similar possibilities arising from our program. It was so very kind of Tataru to introduce us. Oh god, Tataru. The East Eldenar Trading Company? Oh god. Oh no! Hold on a minute. Now, what in the hell could possibly give this woman the confidence to act so bafflingly indifferent? Her husband's supposed to be a bigwig in that forum of theirs, ain't he? Stands to reason she might have heard rumblings of a Charlie invested deeper in its education system. And in that case, it'd be wiser to invest now to reap the benefits later. Better yet, the students who end up attending will be the best and brightest of their respective nations. If I make them feel indebted to me now, they'll be obligated to repay the favor in the future. Once they become powerful, distinguished members of society, of course. Rona cannot be trusted. Run away! I will also have need of a skilled artisan to procure the necessary supplies. No doubt the demand is sure to be immense. Yeah? You know what I mean? Goodness, just look at me paddle on when you have no interest in the matter. I really must be getting on home. Countless preparations need to be made ere my distinguished guests arrive. Hold that thought. She's scary, yeah. Rona is scary. Why do you think I went? I need to go somewhere else. I've come down with something. Bye. I'm the motherfucking warrior of light. But I'm scared of Rowena. Rowena, I've come around to your proposal. Aye, and as your partner, the House of Splendors pledges its considerable support for your endeavor. An investment for the future, let's call it. That is, on one condition. Your hand must be the sole supplier! You fucker. The zoom in! The zoom in! And the violin screech. My, how fortuitous. I did not expect you to pleasure your support, but full glad I am that you have. Together we can give countless students the opportunities they deserve. Oh, I'd say you, Kuran. Would you be able to spare some time for the seemingly infinite number of responsibilities that require your attention? I've been cornered. If it was just you, I'd say sure. Sure! Wonderful, I'm counting on both of you. How's my volume too, by the way? Am I too quiet, too loud? Like my voice. Oh, that's factor. Mother and Rona have already left if you're wondering. They intend to do some sightseeing in town before returning home. I do hope you're able to enjoy our tea time together. I can think of none more deserving of a brief respite. I must apologize, however, for dragging you into this matter. You deserve a full explanation, but not here. Would you care to meet me at my home? It's fine? Okay. Splendid! I shall be waiting at the Leveler estate. Let's go then. Whee! God, I love Final Fantasy XIV. I'm smiling so hard my face hurts. Oh my god, look at the crowd of people in here. Hi, everybody! Thank you for humoring me, Kiran, and welcome once again. For years I've supported my children from afar. I've sponsored the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Yet even though the Scions have disbanded, it has done little to diminish my desire to be of service. That's why I decided it's past time I made my own contribution to the world. To the star that you and my children have sacrificed so much to save. I am merely one person, my resources limited. Words can ill express how grateful I am for your aid. In time, I hope you come to see me not only as the mother of Alphino and Alice, but as your partner and friend. As I said before, I'm counting on you, Kiran. Now then, there is in fact another reason I invited you here. The Leveler household will also be partaking in the homestead program, and I have already accepted a student. She comes from a family of accomplished alchemists, hailing from Fafnir. Marild has already gone to fetch her from the port, so I imagine she will arrive ere long. Oh, we're gonna meet her! Cutscene, 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 let's go! We're just chatting. About stabby things. Lady Emelance, I pray did not keep you waiting over long. Miss Milladin has arrived. Milladin? Milladin, maybe. Ah, she's cute! She's cute! I like her. Nice to meet you. I'm Milladin, freshly arrived from Fafnir. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, the pleasure is all mine, I'm sure. You must be utterly exhausted after such a long voyage. I'm Emelance, and standing beside me is none other than... Oh! Oh my god! I wonder if you're a guy, if you're a dude, she says Master Alphino. I need to find that out. Oh, I know, it's Mr. Salise, isn't it? Nope, not me. I'm afraid not, my dear. This charming personage beside me is in fact Kiran, my business partner, better known as the hero who saved our star from the final days. Huh? What? I'm so sorry, it was rude of me to pursue. I've heard much and more of your many heroic deeds in Fafnir, but I've never had a face to put to the name. I'm an Aural like you. Let's high five. Fellow Aural partners, yeah! But putting that aside, it is a dream come true for me to finally stand in the magnificent halls of the Studium. I could collapse with happiness on this very spot. With these dignified walls surrounding me, I feel as though I stand in the very annals of history itself. My mind wanders to the countless brilliant minds who made discovery after discovery here. Does she think this is the Studium, or do you... She's a little oblivious. Miss Milladin. I'm afraid it is not the Studium, but the Leveler estate in which you stay. This residence shall be your lodgings for the duration of your stay. Ah! It may take some getting used to, but it is my wish that you come to feel at home here. She looks up and goes, oh my god. This building is so big. What the fuck? I thought this is the Studium. How big is the Studium then? This is your home? Ahem. I have much to learn, and the thought of your present impression of me fills me with dread. I hope that we can get along. She wins, standing at attention. Oh, you needn't be so formal. Tell me, what can we do to make you feel more comfortable? I know. Please call me Mila. That's what my folks back home call me, while Milladin is usually reserved for when I'm in trouble. Pray forgive me, but I'm afraid I must continue to observe formalities, Miss Milladin. If it pleases you, I shall escort you to your room. And she go. Oh. A number of other families will also be opening up their homes to students from abroad in the coming days. I must set a good example as the first host mother, for if all goes to plan, we can expand the program to include even more students. Let's waste no time. There's plenty of work to be done. Classes in the studio will begin once students have had time to settle in. I would like to use this period to procure all the necessities needed for their matriculation. I have no idea what that means. You may find any materials you need by speaking with Sinov, the apothecary, in the Agora. Let's give the students the welcome they deserve. Ba-ba! Ha! Ha! You start to cry from laughing. Oh no! Panic! Don't pass out! Okay, let's go. Well, actually, let's go check to see what we need before we run off. A quill. So to make the quill, we need quill components. So we just need 6 quill components. Well, I say 6. We might need more. I think the Agora is down here. I need to go to the plaza. Okay, now we go over here. Ah, there's people humming. Yeah, you hum, kids. Oh god. Who did she say it was? Sinov! Okay, here we go. Sinove? Here it is. Okay, we're gonna buy 6 right now. I'm gonna do this over here. Now you guys gotta watch how bad I am. We need to do this. Woof. I'm so used to just doing a bunch of... like a big increase all at once. Always get more than what you need. Not always! If I know I can complete it in one go, without any issues, there's no point in doing it all at once. And bam! That should complete it. Ta-da! We've maxed it out. And we're done. See? Yeah, but if I'm not sure, that's why I stopped over here. Because then I could just stand up and go buy more if I need it. Sick. We're good. We can just finish this now. And done. I've done enough of these crafting these type of things that I know what I need to do them. I might eat some food after I finish this one, just to make sure my stuff goes further. And done again. Well, almost. We'll do this. Oops, wrong thing. Ah, wrong button. Oh, that was cutting it close there. Part of the stream is also just showing where each quest is gonna be. Because I was looking at the patch notes and I realized that one of the quests, the prerequisite quest, I think is called something different in the English version versus the Japanese. Because it says that their prerequisite quest is something called A Dawn in Flight. However, I think in the English version of the game, it's called To Quit in Distant Lands or something like that. Because I think it's the final quest for the Omega Raids, which in those the reward for the final quest in the Omega Raids is actually getting the orchestra role called A Dawn in Flight. So I'm wondering if that's what it's called in the Japanese, and they just did a straight translation without actually looking at what the quest is called in English. That's my guess. We'll find out, because otherwise I have no idea what quest that is, because a lot of people have there's even posts on the Final Fantasy XIV forum, the official one, that's like, yeah, what is this quest? What's A Dawn in Flight? What? Already, it's been less than a day since this patch came out, so that says a lot, right? I love this song so much. It's really good. I really could just sit here and listen to it forever. Parts of it are like from the song Flow, which is, it's not the main thing, but it's one of the big songs for this expansion. Oops, I really didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I'm almost done anyway with this last one. Come on. We're almost done! Come on! Free me! I did it. I made 6. I made 6. We're good. Let's go do it. Let's go get this. Let's go get the cutscene that happens when you finish giving her stuff. Also, so how it works is I'm going to show you the window. I'm going to talk about what the stuff is for the... there we go. So I'm going to talk about this window really fast. And I am going to bring out the mouse. You're going to have to suffer with the mouse. Sorry, guys. Okay, so up here, this is your, like, affection meter, I guess? Once you finish it, you can actually do glamours with her. Which is what this symbol means. It means that you can do glamours. Which means you can change what she's wearing. These are the different types of items you can deliver. So for example, this right here is for the fishing class. This right here is for gathering class. Well, 2 of the gathering class. And this one right here is for the crafters. All of them. And we're doing that, so... Oh, I should read what she says. I am at a loss for words. This is simply outstanding. Should students grow accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I fear nothing less will ever satisfy them again. I shall take great pains to explain the unique circumstance under which this has been commissioned. In making your first successful delivery, you have begun to earn Amalance's trust. With each successful delivery, Amalance will grow more and more satisfied with your efforts. Yeah, this is, okay, it's technically satisfaction level, but yeah. And then tells you her will not only facilitate note-taking for lectures, but the transcription of rituals and spells as well. However, you want to take a close look. The greater the ethereal conductivity of the instrument, the more conductible will be to your studies. There are studies, you understand. And that's the same stuff I already read. We're gonna skip through the text now and just give her the stuff. Also, if you notice, I'm getting a lot of EXP. Oh, wait, shit! No! No! Fuck. Oh, no. You'll see in a second. I returned from the studium, Lady Amalance. Welcome home, Mila. How was your first day of classes? Oh, it was wonderful. Not only the professors, but my classmates too were astonishingly friendly. I can hardly believe how many friends I've already made. That is reassuring to hear. I must say, you wear the uniform quite well. Yes, she's very cute. Goodness, you're making me blush. Thank you, Lady Amalance. Not just for the compliment, but for everything. Once I've learned to wield spells for my studies here, I can return home triumphant, having proved my mother wrong. Would you care to elaborate? Okay. Yes, of course. For generations, those in my family have traditionally become alchemists, each of us pouring our hearts and souls into the creation of medicine. Final days, however, changed everything. I saw firsthand that there are countless lives not even the most advanced medicine can save. I came to the decision that I must learn to wield magic, even if it meant traveling as far as Charlian. I guess my mother wishes, but my father's urging. I took my chances, and I made my journey here. You have been through an awful lot. Why, pray tell, is your mother so opposed to your learning spellcraft? I cannot say for certain, but alchemy has long been a source of pride for my family. She may find my decision to study an alternate disciple offensive, as though I am rejecting my lineage's way, which simply isn't the case. Though I love alchemy, I'm not so beholden to it that I'm blind to its shortcomings. To me, the decision is simple. If magic can save more lives than medicine, I must learn to wield it, even if it breaks my mother's heart. With all that said, I still hardly know left from right when it comes to spellcraft. I'm surprised my application for the academic's homestead was even accepted in the first place. You've earned your place here, Mila. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you for speaking so candidly with us. Know that you have our full support. Whatever you need, pray do not hesitate to ask. Yeah! You are both far too kind. I have a lot of ground to make up, but I promise I won't let you down. He's so cute. So what happened is that I just upgraded her satisfaction level, and I didn't realize that would happen so fast. It doesn't always happen that fast when you're doing the brand new ones. And you'll see in a moment why that makes me sad. I have no doubt that there are other students from abroad who, much like Mila, yet struggle with their spellcraft. As such, supplemental tools for their studies shall prove beneficial. Toads and magical foci most of all. The better the quality, the more quickly they shall be able to master the basics. I trust I can count on your assistance? Yep. Pat pat. Marvelous. Thank you, Kieran. She's no longer accepting quills. See? She's no longer taking quills. Because my stuff was so good, I got it right away. All I do is suffer. Fuck. This means I do want to do all the deliveries so we can get the reset. Well, I like to call it the reset cutscene. It's the cutscene that pops up when you finish giving deliveries for that custom deliveries for the day. Well, not day, for the week. 1, 2, 3. No, I just want 3. I'm just buying 3. I am only buying 3. I'm also going to eat some food. Where's some food? Why do I have that? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna eat this one because I only have 1 of it left. All I do is suffer. This one might take more time. Oof. Refresh. Do that. Fire God's Blessing, and then we can just focus on this part. So yeah, the quest that we still need to do. There's 1 more here in Charlian. There's 2 in Thafmir. And then there's 1 on the moon. And once we get, we're gonna do the moon one last. That's gonna be our last one. Well, there's also Hildebrand. Hildebrand's going to be last. So. From what I could tell, there's only 2 quests for Hildebrand right now. I was actually surprised there was 2. I thought there was only going to be, like, the 1. Let's go. Just in case, I don't trust it. You have to wait a week for deliveries to reset. Yes. So there, you get 12 deliveries every week, and each NPC has 6. I've actually already maxed out everybody. I'll show you in a second. You actually have there's a little thing called, there's timers that actually show you what's available for the week. So, let me just finish this. Come on, almost done. Oh, and we're done with that, so it works out. So here's the timers. This shows you what's available. So, for example, the custom deliveries are up here. And this is all the custom deliveries I have unlocked, which is all of them that are currently available. And it shows you the satisfaction level of them all. So as you can see, I've maxed out all of them. Except for Emilance. So she's going to be one of my focuses for the next few weeks until I complete hers. Though I might just make her I might focus on her as well, even after. Because it looks like she might be giving the most EXP for crafters right now. Which is very important to me, you see. Emilance, I have more things for you. I only bought 3 this time. Oops, I'm gonna skip over that one and read the next one because I went too fast. The magical arts require an appropriate focus through which to hone one's magical skills. Whether it is an array of nuliths, a planisphere, cane, or magical concoction, there are numerous options. Quality is key, however, so please bear with me while I take a closer look. I am at a loss for words. This is simply outstanding. Should students grow to accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I fear nothing less will ever satisfy them again. I should take great pains to examine the unique circumstances under which this has been commissioned. Ah! I leveled up! Oh, here we go! Here we go! Thank you, Karan. Not only for procuring supplies, but for believing in my vision. After everything I've heard of your grand adventures with Alphino and Alice, I never in my wildest dreams did I believe we might find ourselves working together. But I could not have asked for a better partner. Let's check to see where her timers are at. So she's literally halfway to the next level already. Next week? Oh boy, I'm gonna have her on the 3rd level by next week, is what's gonna happen. Save me. And I think... yeah, I'll probably have her be completed by the end of June. Or July. I don't know. But it's always a good idea to... I like leveling up my crafters because I make more money this way. Wait, do I have to be crafter for this? Let's switch to summoner really fast. No, you could just be... I think you could just have to be level 90. Okay. Here we go! Another quest the other quest of Charlian. It's Tataru's big dreams! Let's go! Majin seems inordinately eager to speak with you. Oh boy. Ruh-roh. Kiran, welcome, welcome! I'm Michan, assistant shopkeep and apprentice seamstress here at Taru's boutique. I doubt you remember my face, as I'm really one of many who owe you our lives, but you'll always have my gratitude for saving me that day on Imlan Rhyme. I'm gonna be in my summoner gear. You were too kind, and while I hate to ask out more of you, please say that you're here to assist in Mr. Tataru's new endeavor. Or what? Not yet, but she soon shall be. Oh god, Tataru's here. Everyone flee! Flee! The Master Popoto is here! And whatever would we do without your perchance portraying it precisely when you're needed, eh? Oh god. Run! Now to make the long story of our semblance short, we've secured the resources to produce the new designs I developed in cooperation with guilds near and far, and in sufficient quantity to meet your rising demand. We shan't rest on our laurels, however. To serve passing adventurers and the occasional intrepid Charlian is well and good. We're hardly taking the world by storm. No. Much like yourself, we must look forward towards new horizons. Science proved that cooperation on a star-wide scale is possible, and we'd be fools not to capitalize on that to build the grandest trade network in the history of Heidelin. All for the greater good, of course. Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to bring people together. I often think back to the incredible moment when the Garlean Empire came to our rescue. Perhaps our efforts, too, will one day lead to a miracle like that which took place on the Iblim Rhine. Scary. Yes, Tataru is scary. I have no doubt that they shall, but we mustn't expect such alliances to form themselves. We must be proactive. And who better to woo our future business partners in commerce than our current #1 customer? You. Our erstwhile comrades-in-arms know that when it comes to good equipment and better ideas, you have such keen eyes as our adventurer extraordinaire. Even should they hesitate at first, I'm certain you can convince them using the samples I've prepared. If you'll cover my ether ride expenses. But of course, with your assistance, we'll have both coin and goodwill flowing in no time. Everything is falling into place. Where shall we send Kiran first? Don't you worry, I have all planned out. She evil laughed. She's evil. Flee! Run! First, Limsa Luminsa. Sigurd has the bloody executioners working harder than ever, so he's sure to appreciate any extra supplies. Next, Gridania. The Seatseers are a source of trusted authority and insight into the shrouds. Would not go amiss in consulting the movement of, say, Arun Sinha. I heard tell that he has some interest in affairs abroad, so the novelty of our samples may persuade him to our side. As for Olda, I feel confident in pinning our hopes on Pippin. He's always been a stalwart ally, and it goes without saying that he has more than a little sway in the Sultanate. Between his involvement with the Immortal Flames, the Syndicate, and the Colosseum, he's bound to find a use for quality accoutrements. I have no idea how that's pronounced. All I do is suffer. Those are some big bags. It's a good thing I'm used to carrying multiple bodies. Wait, that was dark. With that out of the way, would you do the honors? Which one's which? Don't worry about it, Panic. Don't worry about it. Never let it be said that Tatarutaru was stingy with her samples. Now if you make your way to Limsa and climb aboard the Astalicia, I'm certain someone will point you in Sigurd's direction. I have my own avenues of inquiry to attend to, but I'll check in periodically to see how your journey is coming along. Let's get to it! Okay, let's go. We're gonna go by boat, because I think that's either cheap or free. At least cheaper than... I just saw... So, just a fun fact. In Final Fantasy XIV, you can make technically custom emotes. As in, they'll do, like, a different text in the audio bot, in the chat box. So, for example, just now, someone just gave someone else a head pat high quality. Just as an example. Come, my carbuncle. We go forth. Yeah, it's cheaper. This is cheaper. It'd be nearly 1,000. Also, music's about to disappear for a second, so... Because I need to check something. Okay, this is the only quest right now for... This quest line. This is the only one that's available at the moment. Let's go down to the Fisher's Guild. I don't know that one. That's a cute minion. Oh, look how cute it is! Oh my god. It's a little rabbit. Don't worry about that guy. Yeah, don't worry about that guy. It's fine. He's fine. There you are. Hi, I recognize you. What do you want? As long as it's not about another bloody apocalypse, I don't see why not. Wait here. Yeah, it's gonna be the end of the world tomorrow night. Get your... I have no idea how to fix it this time. Sorry. I'm out of ideas. Not really, that was a joke. Well, bugger me! Thought we'd seen the last of you for a while. What brings you abroad? Your crew seems busy. No rest for the wicked and all. We're getting so much shipping requests that we hardly put down anchor since old Charlian. You know, there was a time I thought pirating was the whole world, that being the best of them all meant something. Going to Alabard and made me see how small my world was compared to the real one. Standing next to the star's finest, I started to wonder what I had to brag about. Then the bloody executioners went and did me proud for bringing in a big goddamn haul of adamantite that anyone else in the realm. Between that and the new metalworks we've got going, with the kobolds, the Sagan looking to export their own wares, it seemed like the right time for the executioners to change our sails, so to speak. Which is, I'll say, if you've got wares for promoting, I'd be happy to show them off across the realm and beyond. Well, you got me. That's what I'm here for. Masterworks from Tataru Tataru's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light herself. Almost seems a waste to wear them. Folk will be lining up on the dock for these. Literally, seeing as old Charlian's only accessible by sea. Now we've got ourselves an exclusive shipping contract. Oh god, the smirk. Aye, I see the course clear as day. Now we just need a Manulane on board. He's right useless when there's work to be done, but talk's another matter. He still owes me one for keeping his sorry ass out of trouble, so I'll have him put me in touch with a few savvy salesman types on the continent. Sick. Well, that was easy. Well, tell Tataru I look forward to setting sail on this new tide of hers. May the winds of change guide us all right. Kiran, it's me. How goes our little venture thus far? Well, it's going well already. Oh ho! Sigurd's eyeing the shipping routes, is he? All according to plan. But our work has only just begun. I'll keep after my own contacts while you work on Arun. I hear he's not often in the city, but I don't doubt that Mother Mione can sniff him out. Oh, Gridania is gonna be easy. And also free. Cause Gridania is my return point. I almost went the wrong way. Come, my carbuncle, we go. We go forth. You can hear my carbuncle running. You put the camera right by him. My beautiful carbuncle. Mother Mione, I'm here for help. Why, if it isn't Kiran, struck with a sudden craving for eel pie, were you? Or is it information you fancy? Information today. Ah yes, word of our seed seer's comings and goings never fails to reach my ear. I'm told that ever since return from his foray to Illabard, he's been roaming back and forth between our neighboring tribe settlements and the Lotus Sand. You'll miss him if you make for one or the other, like as not, so just you waylay him at the Blue Badger Gate. Sick. Which is right over here. Nice. Time to jump him. Come, my fat cat and carbuncle. We go now. Destination. And we wait. Curious. Talking with the kids. Hey, kids. Go forth, my minions. Create chaos in Gridania. Set some houses on fire. Maybe don't do that, actually. May I ask why you're loitering at the gates, Kieran? Oh, it's such an enormous sack. I'm here to talk to you. I admit you've piqued my interest. To integrate the tradition and ingenuity of guilds throughout Eorzea in such a fashion is no small feat. As it happens, I'm of the mind to do something similar myself, assuming I secure the other Seedseer's approval. You're doubtless aware that, historically, Gridania has placed the peace of the Twelveswood in our covenant with the elementals above all else, often to the detriment of a relationship with other peoples. Yet, as we are one with the Shroud, are we not also part of the Star Entire? Our ventures in Garlemald made plain the strength of a world united. This attire you carry demonstrates much the same truth. But perhaps you assume you need to talk me around to the idea? If so, I apologize for the disappointment. If 'tis any comfort, I'm nearly as surprised myself. No longer am I content to hear the words of the elementals alone. I wish to know the voices of men. Through our time in Garlemald has shown me that my ability to listen is average at best. These horns may mark me as gifted in Twelveswood, but beyond they inspire neither fear nor awe. I have been mistaken several times as Excel, and may as well be one, for all differences my status as a Seedseer makes to those who want succor. And Excel is what I am, my character. Yet, 'twas this self-same significance that allowed me for the first time in my life to truly feel part of a greater whole. I am but one life among myriads upon the star. I dare say I should behave accordingly. Swoon. With luck, my elder sister shall agree. Tell Mistress Tataru that our gift is accepted with gratitude, and she ought to hear from us soon. We're unite in the world again. It only took us defeating multiple primal gods to do this. Guess who? Did you speak with Arun yet? That sounds promising. I'm beginning to understand what makes our Seedseer friend tick. We can discuss that later. You need to catch Pippin ere his duties take him from Ul'dah once more. I believe he spends much of his time at the Colosseum, so perhaps you should pay a visit to the Gold Court? I'll be awaiting your full report at the boutique. Yes, sir, ma'am. I plead. And now we teleport to Ul'dah. I didn't think we were going to go to Ul'dah today, but here we are. Going to Ul'dah. There he is! The man himself! The legend has returned! He was gone for a little while! He came back recently, and I'm glad to see him back, honestly. I missed him. I missed him. Oh, well, we already found our source. I see. Marshal Tarapin is currently engaging in another meeting, but I shall tell him that Captain Ollier awaits his convenience. I love being a captain in my grand company. Give me respect! I am a captain! I also have soda. Also, I have a mini fridge in my room, and I opened it because my room is really hot, and I don't have. Then our swamp cooler is not working right now in my house, so I left my mini fridge open, so that's some cold air from my mini fridge. would spread out in my room through the fan, and it works. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect you here this evening. Hey, Pippin. Hey, Pippin. Can you carry that sack, or is it too big for you, Pippin? Looks like it's almost as big as you. Tataru is offering quality material, is she? I can hardly say no to that. It almost fits perfectly with my plans for the flames. I have long strived for mastery of the blade. I require the trials of Ilsabard, however, to truly see Tizona for what it is. Fire that warms the coldest night, the spark that ignites a blaze of hope, but most of all, an unbreakable testament to Father's faith in me. More ally than tool, it is treasure beyond price. Does every soldier of the immortal flames not deserve allies such as this? Arms and armor to remind them of what they fight to protect, to help them stand when they might otherwise fall? Indeed, works made possible only through the ingenuity and dedication of allies across the star might just be the sort of inspiring armaments we need. I anticipate they'll be sending along an order for custom equipment ere long. In the meantime, would you mind if I use these samples for a few trials here at the Coliseum? My thanks. We shall put them to use immediately. As a child of Ul'dah, however, not strikes fear into my heart like the prospect of receiving valuable goods for free. I must insist you accept something in return. What shall it be? What shall it be? I had been meaning to give that necklace to Tataru. Its poor condition aside, she might rather have it than not. I have spoken with Tataru at some length about our past, you understand. In many ways, we are quite similar. Oh, scary. As you may recall, her family was bankrupted when she was very young, a consequence of her father's business failing. They were forced to put all their wealth toward paying off his debts, and then some. One asset they reluctantly parted with was a necklace treasured by her mother, for which Tataru's long searched for to no avail. Strangely enough, I recently discovered jewelry of the same description amidst a store of neglected Coliseum prizes. Oh, I accidentally skipped it! No! She may appreciate the sentiment nevertheless, but still say, what do you think? The memories it holds for her aren't lost or damaged. Besides, I can fix it for her later. True enough, though it's not to be a gift, I prefer it to at least clean it up a bit. I missed what he said, I'm sad now. In that case, I had considered asking the Goldsmith's Guild, but you have to be able to turn the necklace into a piece that Tataru will wear, without precisely what she remembers. I imagine you will have the opportunity to pick up gems and other suitable materials on your travels. From there, it is merely a matter of beautifying the pieces. Are you willing? They'll have the sapphire removed from its setting and sent to the boutique with all haste. I doubt even Tataru would dare open a private package addressed to you. Best of luck in finding matching materials, and your mercantile endeavors, of course. May the traders guide you to fortune and fare. I kind of kicked their asses, so I don't know if they want. I kick their asses weekly. I don't know if that's a good idea, Pippin. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna check what the location of another quest is. Fafnir. I guess I'll see it when I see it. You've returned, with your bag all the lighter from giving away our samples, I hope. Speaking of which, a parcel from one Pippin Tarpin arrived not bells ago. Addressed to you. Could it be that our newfound partnerships are already bearing fruit? Something like that. Adonte Tataru. Her mother's necklace? Why, that's a wonderful idea. Please allow me to assist. I swear I won't breathe a word of this to Mistress Tataru. I do wonder what parts you will need. Do you know what style Mistress Tataru prefers? If this necklace is to be a keepsake, why not focus on that? Ah, apologies, I couldn't help over here. That's quite alright, but do please keep your voice down. What was it you were saying? It simply occurred to me that since you're gifted the software so readily, our other partners in this endeavor may wish to offer up something for Mrs. Tataru as well. With such gifts, you turn the necklace into a memento of not just her past students' trials, but her present successes as well. That's perfect! If our plans for the boutique proceed apace, we should soon have more than enough tokens from friends across the seas. What do you think, Kiran? Sure, why not? Well, were you waiting for little old me? Mr. Stotter, we are, just discussing the successful delivery of the samples. Yes. Good to hear. How fares dear Pippin? He's doing fine. I knew he would come through, but I admit that I wasn't expecting to outfit a whole host of immortal flames quite so soon. I suppose it goes to show that even the most hardened warrior can always learn a thing or two. And Sicard and Arun have changed as well, if your tales are any indication. I imagine their personal growth bodes well for that of our network. Thank you for checking up on them. We must sort through our current commissions before deciding who to approach next. But I know that I can count on you to be ready when we are. Complete. No problem, Panic. Alright, which one should we do next? I know. We're gonna go to Thafnir now. Or, you know what? We're gonna go to the moon! We're actually gonna do that one next, because the Thafnir quests, there's 2 in those. While there's only 1 quest line here. Yes, I think it's here. Am I dumb? Did I go to the wrong place to pick it up? I don't even see... Give me a hot second, guys. I think I might have gone to the wrong place. No! I did go to the wrong place. I jumped the gun. I need to go back to old Charlie, and why have I done this to myself? Okay, apparently the quest is here somewhere. The facility, no. Faculty. Levies of old Charlian. All dash. Light of Progress. Okay, well, I should check to see what the name is. Heartless Hypothesis. Okay. Let's see. There it is! I do have it. Okay. So I was right. They probably just did the straight translation for the Japanese name to English for that quest. It's probably just... So for those who are wondering, this quest for unlock, you have to finish Endwalker and also the Omega raids from Stormblood. The speckled technician is enjoying the refreshing harbor breeze. That's blown the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is! How incredibly serendipitous that I will run into you, of all people! I was part of the team which designed the Ragnarok, you see, and we recently began the process of combing through the vessel's flight data. The primary objective of your journey to Ultima Thule was to save our star and countless others, of course. It also provided us with an invaluable trove of information, records of places and events we could only dream of. Your safe return gave us much to be thankful for. As it so happens, one of the things we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin. Something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. We believe it to be an audio message, but even our most talented linguists have been unable to decipher the language. For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat, but today may be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you're so inclined, would you care to come along to Thamizin? It seems fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present to hear history being made. Sure. Go forth. Okay, that's in. I have to go to... We're gonna ride on the pod of power. I love the pod. Look at it go. It's really funny because this mount was probably not very hard for them to make, because the animations and stuff for it already existed because of the mirror raids. They just had to implement it into like an actual mount. Let's go. Look at that guy going outside of Man Toys. Ah, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from Garland Ironworks, who, I'm told, potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. It should be along at any moment. Ironworks! 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 Hell fucking yeah! Ironworks! Sid! Is it Sid? Sorry we're late. We had some trouble finding the right gods. Is that you, Kieran? Ah no, it's Biggs and Wedge! Oh, where's Wedge? Where's Wedge? It's only Biggs! No! I dramatically fall to my knees. The woman herself. I ran into her at the harbor. I thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Kieran Ollier. No argument here. But bugger me if you don't have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. This actually has more to do with you than you might think, so please do stick around. If you think so, Biggs. Shall we pick up from where we left off then? As I was saying, we think this transmission from the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind. I'll bet in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here. Considering Rika's received the message for out in the great expanse, its origin was likely some distant star. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short. Thus, we were resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message will remain beyond our understanding. Oh god, that smirk. One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers who'd been so helpful in the construction of Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight into our seemingly impossible problem. You know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? Wish I had Mega listen to it. I bet he could tell us what the message means. Not that it may be in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, the little model we made. We originally designed it to follow a chosen target, not much else, but I've seen it act in ways that, well, it's like it has a mind of its own. Then I got to thinking about those documents your lot sent the chief, the full report on the final days. And the part about Omega's civilization is said that their people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Timing being what it was, I wonder if Omega did somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put an end to it, the real one. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Also, that's been a long-standing theory in the fandom, in the community for 14, is that the little Omega that's with Alpha is just straight up fucking Omega, So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With help from Labyrinthos technicians, we upgraded our toy Omega with a full functional vocalization module. It can now talk. We played a transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Alpha! Oh, Ruffle Alpha's little feathers. Oh, I love you, Alpha. Welcome back, Fennec. You came back in time. Are you in there, Omega? You don't want to talk? Okay. Affirmative. If by Omega you're referring to my consciousness, rather than my entire former chassis, existing inside this considerable smaller frame. Hey, I kicked your ass! How did that feel? Prediction. You'll formulate several misconceptions. Thus, this I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. It evaluates combat capabilities to be on par with immortal infants. Infants! 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I'm rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment from my annihilation to Earth, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purposes in an evolving contract, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Well, there you have it. And it's not wrong about its combat capabilities. It'd be more likely to damage itself than the thing it was trying to attack. I mean, I kind of assumed as such. It's small. It's tiny and cute. Let's not forget the reason we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Can you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pangalactic Basic. Excuse me? What, so like, a common language? That might belong to, like, a galactic... What? 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 A common language in comparatively extensive use throughout the worlds we have conquered. Oh my god! A galactic civilization. Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is the language you understand, yes? Let me put it this way. In Star Wars, the language everyone is speaking in Star Wars is called Basic. It's basically a common language that's used as a way for everyone across the different planets to be able to understand each other. Is that the only language that exists? We know that for a fact. But it is the main language that everyone is speaking. So they're not actually technically supposed to be speaking in English. When we watch the movies, they're speaking in Basic. Think like Lord of the Rings. The whole thing about the Lord of the Rings books is that those books are supposed to be like translations, air quotes, air quote, and air quote, of books, pre-existing books, more air quotes, that Tolkien translated into English, and thus a lot of the character names are actually not supposed to be there. That's the names. That's the ones that he assigned them. It's a whole thing. But, basically, there's a galactic civilization out there that speaks in 6 million. A whole common language When we say Final Fantasy has every genre, we mean it. We're dipping even further into the sci-fi here. I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialect codings. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief, Sid, utilizes the floor as part of this unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. I'm aware that my home star, the one you call Athletron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Metion's meeting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but now I can comprehend the concept, in theory. What fails to compute is why the Abercards were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. Yet, Sir expressed to Metion a desire to cease existing. Illogical. I must pursue this anomaly further, until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days, and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Kuran, as one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair. Ultimate despair! On multiple fronts, and displayed my immeasurable heart in entering my defeat. She is the optimal choice to fulfill this role. Ultimate despair, huh? So you either agree to your conditions, or you tell us nothing. Sorry to put it in a spotlight, this, Kuran. If you have the time and the patience to spare, we'll be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. I'm fine with it. I want to learn more. Let's go. As Alpha dozed off, I suppose the subject was a bit technical. Loop, loop. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters, even as I must. Queh. Why don't we get a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has the, things Omega wants to ask about. It'll make explaining stuff easier for one, and also help keep Alpha awake and alert. What do you say? Ultimate despair. Ultimate despair. I need to move on. I see you have chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements of the report on which I desire clarification. The first of these concerns the progression of the final days in Razatan. I recognize no pattern in those who succumb to the transformations and those who do not. That's a bit of a trek if you want to chat with the locals. How about we lend you an airship? We do not require such outmoded technology. Kuran's teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. But that costs money! This chassis is a model, essentially a toy. An Alpha, despite its organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion. We qualify as material possessions. Pick us up, and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination. Sure! I'm just imagining me holding Alpha in my arms and Omega, like, clamped to my back. Like a weird jetpack. I want to pick up Alpha. Let me pick up Alpha! No! How dare you not let me pick up Alpha! Ah! I feel gypped. I wanted to see me pick up Alpha. It would have been so cute. Well, welcome to Razatan. Sensors indicate we have arrived in Razatan. Objective. Identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis. Unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? This away, nerd! Understood. Cabo set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview. Oh, are they gonna follow us? Yay! Oh my god. Yay, they're gonna follow us! They're so cute! Omega, stop running inside my fat cat! Would have been so cute, but the game said no. Yeah, it did. Discuss the stairs. Warning. Please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. Stepped inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversight the specific design for this element, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which would enable automatic traversal. Zero personal energy expedition. What a dork. Quick! Alpha chirped enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Well, we have to. Sorry, my little dudes. We gotta climb. Perish. If it tires you out that much, Omega, then perish. God, I love the music here. For some reason, when I'm just playing the game normally, I don't pay attention to the music. When I'm streaming, my brain just goes, music, listen real hard to music. Hey, kid. Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of. You told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech, and I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame we don't get to play like we used to, but Mom says Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. May I can work for him one day when I'm a man grown. Vitra, Midgardsimer's offspring, yes? And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I project that the vanished survivors of those who had ingested Vitra's blood and become his draconic minions. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It's unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Dragons? I'm not a dragon. I never just ingested anyone's blood either. Ew! You're not of Vitra's horde? So you possess no hidden means to fight off the beast. What if fear then? You're frightened? Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me. I listened until she told me it was safe to come out. It's that sweet, sweet power of hope. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Kalsahal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. I remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it was unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Kalsal's place is one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Terrible? Kalsal's passing was recorded in the report. Fleeing out was distant a mile and relating for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption! But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters. That would be wasteful. It's simply that Kalsal was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes, that is what I mean by terrible. Yes, Omega! Learn to be a person again! Ah! Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. Sure. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. Here I am, reluctantly returned from Charlian. So now things are strained between my sister and I. Since she chose to stay and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work, and she says I look somewhere that isn't Thafnir. As if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light? Your sibling's judgment is an error. Based on the information made available to Haddish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Razat Han, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps our reasoning pathways are flawed. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Alright, so I'd like to think. The problem is, I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. But with the way it all turned out, Ron, I require a moment to process this input. Let's move apart and discuss our findings. Up. I want to speak with Alpha first. Can I speak with Alpha first? Alpha! Quick! The processing data, evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart. Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself? An interesting observation. It is possibly my base criteria is an error. In which case, it's imperative that I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Kalsula Hal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Yeah, sort of. Jabana of Ruhudan Fibers? Acknowledged. Sub-destination set. Let us go! Where is that? Up here. Okay. Oh, there's a talking point. Come along, Omega. We're going to the talking point first. Look at Alpha's little wings! Look at them flap! Oh my god, Alpha! Look at you go! Oh, Alpha's so cute. I'm gonna pick him up. I'm gonna carry him home. I love him. I'm gonna do this while we're traveling. Look at how many people are following me. I've got like 4 things trailing after me. The universe is like, do you want more things following you in game? Dreamy? Yes? Okay, here is Alpha and Omega and your fat cat and your carbuncle. The talking point was over here somewhere. Where is it? There it is! I see it. How many more cute things would you like? Alpha, what do you think about this? Quick! Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and Hamsa, showing visible concern. Halt, Kiran. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They'll pick my casting apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he could apply that intelligence to maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. Alpha, you're not eating enough? Alpha! Tut, I'll make sure you eat more. And now I'm going to jump. Whee! Well, well, look who it is. I must thank you again for helping in moving our textiles. Recovering for those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with every employee together, we've managed to get things back up and running. Jijinabana, I come with questions related to that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you're similar to Kalsahal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation you did not. Why? What is this critical difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I managed Kalsahal would have been feeling the same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. You're of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other instinct factor must be involved. Not to interrupt this deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favor? Sure, what's up? There's a man by the name of Nashvan, who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. If you buy the eastern exit, you should find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. But, oh, there's another talking point. We talk more. We talk more. Yes. This equipment being manufactured is warned to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seemed analogous to a practice of switching frames to better serve our mission and objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence within the Omega model. I was originally supplied with a standard issued Omicron chassis, serial number M017. On this world, the alphabetical combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, same word I used to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construction, is also my name, and I see no reason to change it no matter which frame I inhabit. I mean, yeah, that frame you're inhabiting is called the OMG, so... Quick! Alva puffs out his just proudly, seemingly imply that his Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could wear. Alpha, you're so cute. You're adorable. Yeah, Alpha, you're really good. What a good little bird. Oh shit! What? Okay, I'll worry about that quest later. What? I don't remember him being there, but okay. Fools me. I wish to speak with you. That's all our orders accounted for, and everything to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. You were with the Scions. You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I will never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son, he was afflicted. Then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him, and I remember my heart turned ice, freezing in place. The satrap came to my end, and then... Oh! It's this guy! Oh, fuck! That was fucked up. So long story short, when everyone started getting turned into plasmies in the scene that he's talking about, his son got turned into one right before his eyes, and the larger one stepped on him, killing him. I mean, he had to die because he was turned into plasmy anyway, because he's technically already dead. But, like, that would have been fucked up to watch. And so I think thanks to Graha that this guy didn't get turned. And then the satrap, he showed up to save him, and then he got picked up and eaten by the same one that fucking squashed his son. The whole thing was fucked. You see, here it is right here. Graha came to his aid. Oh, Graha! Oh, Graha's a good boy. The memories run together in my mind, like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeat them over and over again, like a mantra as I fled for my life. We must run, for their sake and your own. It all seemed so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend Digimon. I had lost my will to work, and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now, somehow I live again. I am thankful to him, to the courageous Ahawan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. Oh man. Sorry, 14 gets to me. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to distract you from the stagnation? An offer of work from Digimon should mean little to no one without the desire to accept it. Was this some manner of mortal instinct? A primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and I want to scream my throat raw. Satraps too still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole, and I jolt awake in a cold sweat. But something changed when Digimon came to me. I looked up and saw that, even without my son or Iwan, the world around me continued to turn. And because the fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow that once crippled me. Omega just doesn't. Poor Omega. No, I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor just indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow, the emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet when I listen to how Nishvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near fatal despondency, this logic eludes me. Am I incapable of pursuing the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections failed to predict our subjects' responses. And despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Chichibaha and Kalsal exhibited different reactions to the Dynamos effect. I'm no closer to recognizing the power for involuntary transformations, and yet ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much, if not more, than they did before. Have you considered that there is no pattern to the people afflicted? No pattern? You imply that the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution to environmental factors? Exactly. Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well. I shall accept this as provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters. I generally did not expect to see that NPC again. Oh, my heart. That hurts. The whole thing was so fucked. There's Omega. Hi, Omega. Omega has selected a new destination. Ooh, there's an item! There's a reward. Hell yeah, let's go. Our next destination will be Cap Brokelas. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Alibert contingency and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingency's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions face a common enemy in the Teleforo. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Kiran, initiate teleportation. Are you gonna teleport me there, or do I have to do it? Oh, good. The game's just gonna teleport me there. Good. I don't have to use my money. Just so you guys know, I am planning at some point to play through all of Final Fantasy XIV again with a new character on stream at some point. And oh boy, you guys are probably gonna hear me cry at least a few times per expansion. Oh, teleportation successful. Evaluating immediate environs. A cold weather region by Aetheris standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha, it is uncontrollable simmering. My frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Look at him wiggle! Oh, look at Alpha! Look at Alpha! Ah, he's not doing it again! Retrieving data. Records indicate the remnants of the contingency force. A number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed. They're now following me. Let's go. Come, my boys! Oh, there's no talking points here. I'm so sad! Okay, not you guys. Oh, here we go. Kiran, come to see how things are progressing, have you? I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Julius and his soldiers stepped in to help. Oh, we still face our fair share of distress, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We've adamant to think of putting that idea in their heads. Well, all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step. Query, you consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of efforts falls short of ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure will be the optimal path. Oh, I wouldn't want to go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. And so while it may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingency's slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Sick. High five, resistance delegate. Yeah! Yeah, when we do that, I'm gonna be playing a cat boy. Oh, whoa. Okay, for a second, I think my controller disconnected for a second. A shadow from the past? Yes, I know you from Victor's Spoils. Have you come to laugh at me? The wretch who chose to lose Lycinia and her sister rather than accept your help? The fool ended up relying upon your charity nonetheless. No, I'm just here to talk to you. Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My capricious surely scorned my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I know better than a kept beast. My pride sold for a bowl to feed. My soul, nay, that you shall not have. I refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategies for survival? Or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. I but comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let's move aside and process what we have heard. Bye, dude. Maybe you shouldn't be standing out here in the cold. Doesn't look like it's very good for you, man. Every time I see Omega walking, all I can go is like, look at his little arms! Look at his little flappies. They seem a bit rude. Yeah, they are. Those guys kind of made me upset. Look at how my gold armor glows. What the fuck? Why is it doing that? Assessing and assessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I really evaluate this most recent input and make comparisons to our discoveries in Razatan. Consistent in only their inconsistency, the responses from both the contingent member and the Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron concerning their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populaces another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. You're getting there! Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. Any undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. You're all wet, Alpha! Ugh, I'll warm you up later. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licenia the Imperial mentioned? It's something I'm not very proud of, because I wasn't able to help them, but here's what happened. A woman and her sick sister ran off into the cold and ended up dying to some of the monsters out there. Long story short, acknowledged, to summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would involuntarily retreat into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licenia's burial site. It may aid me in understand. Bloop, 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 bloop. Omega, you. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning, immediate heating required. Request, apply friction to outer frame. Rub, 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 rub. Where do I go now? Wait. Oh. Rub him! Rub him like he's a lamp with a genie inside of it. Rub them! Bleep, bloop, bleep. Temperature nominal. Energy level stabilizing. The creators of this model may have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I will request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? Up north. Acknowledged. Alpha, you're to remain in close proximity. Close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You're permitted to carry me on your back, if you so choose. Oh, Alpha's delighted. He's like, ooh! I'm allowed to do that now? Yay! Yes, go for it, my tank. I love my tank. My tanky tank. That I could do this in. Pew! Pew! Pew pew! I wonder if we'll meet Alphino and Alice over here. We haven't seen them a while in the story, so I'm hoping we'll see them soon. Yes, I do love the pew-pews. Ruh-roh. There's people here. I don't think that's gonna be good for us. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Leave precaution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest. Oh, you're Orzi's champion, are you? Kiran Olie. Hi. Please don't get mad at me. I died to... Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I am Manius, soldier of the First Legion and comrade of Julius. Perhaps you remember me from Turretium? We spoke about collecting ceruleum and again later, after Lord Quintus had passed. Oh! Okay. Random NPC now has a name. Nice. Sick. You've been elevated. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest magic weapon I... Ah, no. It's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Alpha Noah and Alice told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I are in any place to just. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilseburg contingents. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution for the contingent for causing the deaths of Lucina and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. No. I could deduce two reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Quran and her allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that... I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? Yeah. There's the unspoken thought that we are unmatched on the battlefield, certainly. The odd reason that I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with outweighing the odds. The simple truth is that I'm so caught up with simple survival that I have no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging any comrades we lost, be that my brothers in arms, or Lord Quintus himself. Though he died by other means. Well, seems everyone has an opinion about the matter of his passing. Content warning, he killed himself. Anyway, moving on. Some say he should have fought until the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. Yeah. I need to focus on the ones left behind. I'm making some kind of life for my comrades and me. If I need to lean on the contingency to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matters if they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Alpha Noah and Alice say. You reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Summation. Your desire to survive, even should mean aligning with the contingent, has a feeling you already harbored. That your side has committed worse atrocity was a lie you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the difference. I mean, to be fair, he's not exactly wrong. The Garlean Empire has pulled some really terrible bullshit on even their own citizens. So, well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watch fires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well and stay safe. Also, it's about closure. Seeing graves, sometimes that's enough to be like, to end that book. Upon review of recent input, I arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I've been formulating my assessments on the premise that I was a man who could command the strength of his heart, but the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, feelings, and emotions can tangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control over your own behavior is compromised. It seems the most counterproductive specification. This also explains my interactions with mortal subjects that produce more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. Well, paying respects now. My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotional compromised reasoning. I am ready to progress to my third and final query. I will learn more about those referred to as the Ancients. It is clearly this group is a crucial factor of the final days, but the information retained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The lower writs are creations of the Ancients, are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. I just saw someone blip out of existence behind me. Teleported us to their burrow, Karan. Preferably before my battery freezes over. Yay, auto travel! I love not spending my own money. Welcome to the Loporit Burrow. Sick. This place is still really cool. Your teleportation spell was successful. You appear to have arrived at the location described as Best Ways Burrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the Ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality, and will require external assistance. A Loporit has arrived! Look how cute it is! Huh? No, it can't be. It is you! Oh, Kiran, I missed you so! What's this you brought with you? This soft, feathery vision. We've been outfluffed! Pack up the moon, it's all over! Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you can walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it. Inspect our inventions. Wait, so you're not done with us? I wasn't truly worried, of course, and I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and dive into Cooking Way's new oven. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loporit. As the residential and atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose. Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I'm capable of completing this simple objective alone. Okay. Bye, bitch! There you go. There they go. Alright, Alpha. Oh, Alpha's gonna go? Okay, bye, Alpha. Alpha left me. No vibe here then, I guess. Objective complete. What happened to Growing Way? After my 50th question, his responses began to suffer noticeable delays. By that stage, he may be viewed as a representative cross-section of Loporit engineering. Thus, I deemed it unnecessary to retain his company. Poor Alpha's like, he left. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advances was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings thus harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growing away informed me that another type of ancient made entity exists upon the satellite, the one they called the Watcher. I would speak to him. Okay, I'll take you to him. He's somewhere else, though. Look, then conserve your ether. We'll ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested. Argos! Argos! Argos is a good boy. Argos is a good boy! We get to see Argos? We get to see Argos? Oh, good, good, good. I want to see Argos. Oh, my fat cat mount! Come, my fat cat. We go. We fly to Argos. Let's go see the soft boy Argos. Let's go fluffy the little boy's ears. There's Argos! Yes! The good fluffy boy! Yeah. I really like Argos. Okay, let me leave! Loop impedance detected. The creature identified as Argos refused to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growing expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My situation in such a system should be low. But Argos is adamant ignoring even Alpha. His fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. Argos turns to you with a passive gaze. It seems you'll need to intervene. You're the fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard. You've secured the creature's permission? Curious. You must have special standing in the fluffiness hierarchy. Look, I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let's continue on to the Watcher at once. Fluffiness hierarchy. See, so you're now Omega is exhibiting some of my favorite traits in robot type characters. These are the ones who are very serious, but also kind of comedic in their seriousness. Hey Watcher buddy, how you doing? I am bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they're companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Huron? My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences. Yeah, I'm a time traveler, Omega. Did I mention that? I can time travel. I love the Watcher's robe. It's so cool. I love the, fade. Wow, my character looks kind of sad right now. Are we talking about Hithlo? Or Emmett Selk? Or we're talking about Themis? I don't know. I wonder who we're talking about. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with the Na, and Emmett Selk and Hithlodeus. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. Yeah, the ancients in the modern day always are portrayed as being super tall. And also the one time we time travel, you'll see in the future. I'm a creation of Heidelin, and as such I believe the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar at Adadir. A shame. Had you reason to go there, and perhaps you might have met. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with the Na. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us. Yet of the events surrounding that tragedy recall precious little. I didn't wish for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness at what was to come to pass. Them becoming Heidelin's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she were so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. This fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Kiran, you felt, you thought, and seizing the future for yourselves, have you brought full circle the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle, it was but the beacon of hope passed down from one age to the next. A succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. I'm having feelings right now, guys. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Bloop bloop. I understand the facts of your story, Kiran, but not how you've chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? Oh God! Oh no! By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The scale of the act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emmett Selk and his brethren. Query: if the survival of kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, should you not also admire Hermia's decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emmett Selk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire SAR. During that time, I witnessed his Asians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them was justifying their actions? None of them. They're making me choose. Honestly, Vana, probably. If I had to make a choice, it's either Vana or none of them. So I'm probably gonna pick Vana. Sorry. We gotta support the homegirl! Ah! From a logical standpoint, but I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer, yet based on our experiences, Kiran and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. You need not be so swift to consider them without merit. He's got a point. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess every situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable. Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Tamazin? I can never pronounce that. We teleport now. I think. No! I have to teleport, you motherfuckers. I have to use my money? How could you? I think it's this one. I hope. You monsters, making me use my money. How dare you? Oh my god, I got my pod again. Nice, sick. Pod power activate. Hello, card person. I'm somehow faster than them. Hey, Biggs, I'm back! Ah, there you are. Right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was properly educational, I hope? We plan to ask you all about it, and that mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has filed a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge and me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us out in the harbor, in fact. Do you think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk? Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figure you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. Oh god, this song! No! This song fucking destroys me. This song destroys me. Oh shit, it's going! It's auto-going. Okay, I've got to read fast then. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Oh, I get to move forward this time. Yay! I have power again. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best course of recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. The frog is ruining the mood. God, I love this song. Sorry, I like the stars. They're nice. Ugh. That song gets to me. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we need to be going, but first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording established from the Ragnar was a simple one. Ah! No, they're playing it again! Fuck you! The message is so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Now you're just teasing! Tell us the message already! Acknowledge. Converting dialect. Oh no, it's doing that! Ugh. Acknowledge. Converting dialect coding to local language. To whoever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. Someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you, I say forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. Feelings. This message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I will eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I'll put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. Alpha's little quit. I consume my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. Okay, I'm oh my god. I'm okay. Fuck. I was not expecting to start crying today. What the fuck, Omega? Ugh. Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Karan. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I'm confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. We did not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I'm now familiar with Charlian, and around the time I would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Garlemald, and neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. With I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulation and parting salutations. Farewell, Kiran. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Quick! The Caesar wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you? Oh, it's a song! Yes, thank you. Flow together. Okay. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long. We have barely begun our journey. And there he goes! Ah! I'll have to check what this song is later. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna go to Fafnir, guys. Before I start crying again. Oh, fuck. Ugh. God. That song fucked me up. Okay. It's, okay. For context, it's also a song that plays during some important scenes near the end of ENDWALKER. So it's associated with some, like, really, really good scenes. And it summoned up those emotions from those scenes for me. So... Okay, let me double check. The music's gonna disappear for a couple seconds. I need to... Because I've been saying what is required for some of these quests to start, so let me see, where is this one? Okay, so... The required quests for this is ENDWALKER and a quest called A Budding Adventure. Which is a quest that is part of the quest chains for the stepchild and What's in a Parent. So yeah. You have to do an entire other quest line, which I've done, obviously. And obviously finish ENDWALKER. So there you go. And it's here in Udilaham, so I leave that. Kiran, just who I was hoping to see. Do you have a moment? Just when I thought normalcy had finally returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Yes, hippos! A veritable herd of hippos. Hurtling down the high road, no less. Hippos hurtling? Yes, well, though hippos may have long inhabited Vanaspati, it is quite unusual to see them in such numbers outside their natural habitat, let alone harrying travelers on the high road. Yet harried the travelers are. If these hippos have been displaced by the fires that beset the jungle during the final days, we must find them a more suitable home for the sake of all concerned. I would normally ask the Radiant host for help with such affairs, but they already have so much on their hands. I know Jewel happens to be away, so could I ask you to look into the matter? Yes, I could do that. Oh, thank you. You are truly a blessing. I don't know how much more than I've already told you, but I'm sure others in Udilaham have spotted a hurtling hippo or two. Ba 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 ba! AKA the Beast Tribe quest acceptance sound. Willowy resident. Hello. Hurtling hippos, you say? Ah, yes, I saw them. Barreling down the high road at tremendous speed. It was frightening just to watch. They kicked up so much dust I couldn't get a clear look at them. Yeah, but everyone on the island knows that smooth silhouette. An adorable yet fearsome creature, the hippo. Yes, I've seen hippos on a number of occasions, over by the Great Work. And this is the second time I've answered the question as many bells. One of the refugees came by asking the very same moments ago. Trina, I thought her name was. If you're looking for the same hippos, maybe she can help? She's off towards the perfumed rise, last I saw. God. This is about those dreadful Akracasadora up north. Hitching carts to their hippos, and the Chindrava knows what else. If they come down to join the other refugees, I don't doubt they'll be stirring up trouble. As if we don't have enough people leeching off our goodwill already. Hey, dude, I'm gonna kick you into the sea, jerk. Into the sea with you! Does this always look like this over here? Wait. Wait a second. I don't remember this being here before. What is this? This wasn't here before. What the fuck? This is new. What the shit? I don't remember that being there. I might check my previous recordings and check, because I don't remember that being there. What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something here? Eh? You're looking for hippos? Damn, I was hoping to put paid to this before it got out of hand. Well, those hippos you're looking for should be rolling through any moment now. Just stand back and watch. Ruh-roh. Here we go, guys. Food? What is that sound? Here they come. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the shit? What is happening? Hey, no stopping! Huh? Why is there fruit in the middle of the... You've done it now, you Hamza heads! Maru, what'd I tell you about riding this high road? But boss! Well, the roads back home ain't good for riding no more, boss. Ain't got no more much of a choice. Keep it off the high road, will you? Yeah, roaring down a main road, kicking up dust storms? You're scaring people. What, you've already forgotten about the Tower of Zot? The fires and screaming, the people turning? You really think that raising a racket's what we need right now? In case you ain't got through your heads yet, I'll spill it out for you. Our racing days are over. They were over yesterday, and they were over the day before that, too. Racing? Racing? I take it this solves your hippo mystery. Now let's left us to apologize for these sorry sods. Care to tell me where to direct our groveling? Alright, let's have a chat with this Kankana. You coming too, Maru. I left you in charge, and the one in charge takes responsibility. That's how it goes. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, boss. You'll be there to give your report or something, right? See you soon enough, then. A scary mouth. Scary but cute. Is that the mount we're gonna get? Ooh. That would be amazing if it was. Because you usually get a mount from every beast tribe. And it would be great if that was the mount, because that would be hilarious. I think I would... I think I'd lose my mind. That sounds hilarious. Now, who might these fresh faces be? I was expecting news about hippos. Perhaps you brought back a few lost souls as well? Something like that. Trina's the name, and on behalf of my hippos and associates here, I apologize for the commotion. We're used to racing our hippo carts on the less traveled paths of Vanaspata, you see. We never took much to society, even before the sky started raining fire. We mostly just kept to ourselves and lived off the land. But being new to these parts is no excuse. We should have known better than to take the high road at high speeds, and we're sorry for any undue distress we might have caused. We ain't got much to offer, but we'll make it up to you ever we can. Fafnir's in a bad way, so if we're ever going to do any good for anybody, now's the time. Or at least I'd like to think. I ain't got much in the way of ideas concerning how misfits like us can contribute. Crew evacuates the door looking for purpose and speedy hippos to steer them true. Perhaps there is something Trina and her associates can contribute to their routine. Have you considered delivery work? Yeah, they could. Yeah, there could be some delivery work that needs to be between Razatan and Yidilaham. Delivery work? You think we could really do something like that? I mean, a hippo cart's the fastest set of wheels there is, but are hippos really that fast? I don't know. It's an excellent idea. Local trade is on its way to recovery, and the timely delivery of goods via hippo cart can only be a boon. However, delivery work requires a great deal of trust. You're transporting someone's precious possessions, after all. You'll not only need to learn the trade, but earn the respect of the people as well. Everyone starts somewhere, so there's no need to feel intimidated. If this sounds like something you'd like to try, then why not let Kiran show you how it's done? It just so happens that a parcel intended for the great work was actually offloaded here today. It's filled with medicinal herbs from Gridania, so I'd like to send over as soon as possible. Would you be a dear deliverer with Trina? With your worldly experience, I'm sure you'll serve as a shining example of professionalism. I am an adventurer at trade. I'll trust the parcel, Trina. I have no doubt that you'll see it safely to its destination. Sorry for taking you out of your way, Kiran, but I look forward to seeing a professional do whatever it is a professional does. I'm waiting by the gates, so give me a shout when you're ready to go. Do I get a ride one? Do I get a direct one? I want to know. I wish to have the hippo cart of power. Ready when you are. My partner Saruya here's pulling the fastest car on the island. I stowed the goods were delivered under seat so they won't get damaged nor nothing. And we ain't about to leave you on high hippolis. There's another cart just for you. Hippos are usually shy around strangers, but you're there with the fruit earlier, so you got nothing to worry about. They're smarter than to bite the hand that feeds. Well, don't just let anybody ride our carts, but if Fox thinks you can handle it. No need for belly aching, Maru. We ain't racing the carts down the high road like some Hamza heads we know. Now off we go, slow and steady. Yes. I wonder if it automatically does it, or if... Oh, it does it by automatically. Oh yeah, this is absolutely gonna be the mount. Look at this. They have their own animation for the character model associated with this. This is totally gonna be the mount. Sick. I am delighted. Not a bad way to travel, eh? My crew designed these carts from scratch, you know. Elephant. Historically, we are Conquistador never went around in chocobo carriages and like, but at some point I got to wondering, why not? Sure, we're a heavy bunch, but nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it, right? Well, after auditioning all kinds of critters, we finally came around to hippos. Hippo. Hippos riding's a team effort. Hippos can sprint with the best of them, but they ain't got a lot of stamina, so good rider knows when to push them and when to let up. And we have arrived. I actually expected to be done streaming by now, but no, here we are. We haven't even gotten to Hildebrand yet. Sick. And here we are, safe and sound. Now we hand over the goods, right? You wouldn't have me talking about an imported package, would you? I've been expecting a delivery ship, but seen neither kill nor pro of it. Wait, aren't you the one who saved Nidhana? Yep, that me. How you doing, man? We came with herbs from Gridania. They got shipped to Yiddelham instead. Ah, I see. Well, thank you for both going out of your way to bring this over. You saved me considerable grief. No large trading vessels can dock here, you see? Usually our orders are offloaded in Alanair and hence shipped by Dehau. But they always get mixed with the packages destined for Yiddelham. And then the logistical nightmare begins, I'm afraid. May I check to see if you indeed have my herbs? Logistical nightmare. Yes, this is it! Importing these is trying enough without delivery mishaps, so I'm relieved they made it here safely. I think all that hippo hubbub was in fact industrious delivery work. A little frightening to watch without proper context, but you did a marvelous job. I'll be sure to call upon your services again. That wasn't a delivery, but I guess a little misunderstanding never hurt anyone. Be sure to trust you, though. I got trusted just standing next to you. And he looks so happy about his herbs. I'd be smiling right along with him. Maybe it really can make a difference with this delivery business. Definitely be better than Emma. What? Couldn't even finish that sentence. My throat got itchy before I could finish that sentence. Thanks for showing me the ropes, and for doing all the talking, too. I like to get straight back to Kakana, but from the looks of it, your hippo needs a breather. No surprise considering what it's been through lately. And here's what we'll do. I'll let this big boy rest up a bit while you go on ahead with Saria. I trust you with my prized set of wheels, so be careful. No scratches or nothing. Just ride like you did coming here and there shouldn't be any problems. Sick. Cool! Nice. I have control. I have all the power. It probably won't let me fly. Yeah, it won't let me fly. That's okay. Yeah, no, I definitely don't remember that being there. That was definitely not there before. That's probably where the beast tribes are going to be. Absolutely. Oh no, there's a big, giant elephant. Hey, you Gaja, go turn around. That's what I thought! Hey, am I auto-running? I actually started auto-running at some point and I don't remember when. Boop. Our mission accomplished, a triumphant Saria trundles away with the cart in tow. Kakana will be pleased to hear of your successful delivery. Hello, other person. so sleepy. Is it not emotional enough for you yet? Welcome back, Kiran. Welcome back. Kiran just told me all about your successful delivery. Thank you for your help, Trina. What do you think of your first job? The delivery part just seems pretty straightforward, even for our look, but the whole building trust thing won't be easy. Still, suddenly we give up and go home to Vanaspati. Sooner or later, we'll just have to get used to living with other folks. And you should have seen how relieved the alchemist was when he got supplies. Feels nice to know we did some good in the world. There's no greater reward for a job well done, in my experience. If you choose to continue on this path, I'm certain that the joy you bring will be returned to you tenfold. As this is your new endeavor for your associates, however, I do believe it best if someone oversees your progress. Kiran, you did so much for Ogul, I have to ask. Will you lend your aid to Trina and her associates? I know we're a right crew of misfits, Kiran, but I promise you we're hard workers. Give us a chance and we'll make you proud. I've worked with worse. Rowena. You've got spirit, kid. I'm with you. Thank you. I swear you won't regret this. Now that that's settled, I think it's time you saw your new home. I'm right, aren't I? You see, I've come to the position of an old trading post that has since fallen into disuse. The structures may be a little worse for wear, but the plot itself is very convenient located. You're free to fix it however you like. You're just gonna let us use it? Just like that? I'll lease it to you for a small fee. As I say, if your new business fails to turn a profit, I may have to rethink the use of that space one day. We can talk about the particulars later. For now, how about you go and take a look? I've marked this location on this map. I already know where it is. Because it wasn't there before. Gladly, thanks for everything you've done for us. Let's reconvene at our new headquarters. I'll round up my people. Argos! Argos has been summoned. It's destiny. Hey, Trina. Kiran, glad you turned up. As you can see, this place ain't no mega Jajuta, but once we get the basics up and running, it'll start feeling like home in no time. We'll need a cart shed for starters, and a place to store packages and whatnot. If I'm honest, boss, I'm still not sure about this. But if you say we should give it a shot, I guess we could try. Thanks, Maru. I'm counting on you, you know. Alright, as of today, we're making our name as reliable delivery workers. We've got a lot to learn, but don't go easy on us. Teach us everything you know. Yeah, we need a name for our new business. Something real trustworthy. Boss, we gotta fix this place up. We ain't got time to worry about names. What's wrong with our team name, anyway? Our team name? You're right. We don't need to be fancy, just fast and reliable and riding hippo carts. Hippo riders it is. Bam! Alright, got its first update. Sick. This music is cool. Led by their charismatic leader, Trina, the Hippo Riders have retired from racing and rebranded themselves as speed delivery workers. However, they are still known on the island as local delinquents. Here's your experience as an adventurer, a trusted hero to help them better their reputation! So, if they're delivery, does that mean they're a battle tribe? Da-da-da! These tribe quests unlocked. Your reputation is increased the friendly. Ooh, we can purchase wares. Where's the wares? Hasty hippos! No! Like hungry hippos. Okay, it's just this stuff right now, but that's okay. So they are a battle tribe. Interesting. Okay. I thought they might, because there's a lot of theorizing that they're going to be either gathering or crafting tribe, where you would craft or gather stuff for them. But it looks like they're there's something else. The battle tribe. Which means Loporits are probably either crafting or gathering then. So just a quick overview of beast tribes. So here is the beast tribe relations. As you can see, I am friendly with the Arcasadora. And Bloodsworn is the best ranking you get with them. With the beast tribes. And that's 8 levels. Which means I have 5 levels to go. However, unlike custom deliveries, beast tribes are daily. So you get you're able to increase the like level faster with these tribes. Alright, so we have 1 quest left that we can do today. Let me go ahead and pull up. The music's gotta disappear for a couple seconds while I look up. Yeah, there it goes. Rest in peace. Yeah, let's see here. So for the very last quest is in Razatan. And we should be able to do it. So let's just fly to Razatan. Oh, whoops. Forgot to switch back to OBS. Hi, guys. And then we will end... We'll probably stop by an inn at the very end. And we'll try out that song that we picked up. You know, I almost thought they were going to have the beast tribe be here. In this dancing place. But no. Not here. So chat, how we feeling? We've been here for almost 3 hours, guys. Which is wild, actually. And we're still doing Assassin's Creed 2 later today. So that's still happening. Which, again, I don't know how long that's going to be, because I don't remember... I genuinely don't remember when the game ends. Well, I think I remember how it ends. But I don't remember how much there is after the end of Venice and the current end, the actual end of the game. Where is it? Where are you? Oh! No, that's not it. Hungry Hamza. No, they made the joke twice! How could they? Okay, I'm gonna double check to see the coordinates. 11, okay. Wait, is it one of these ones? No. Oh, there it is! I found it. We're going to Hildebrand. Nothing's gonna wake you up, Panic. It's gonna be Hildebrand. The sleeping gentleman. The pungent Lalafell could scarcely conceal his excitement. Wait! It's you! This motherfucker. Wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgot me. You and me, we had a moment. A connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. Yeah, an impression of me wanting to kick you into the sun. That creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nashu to Kugane after stalking her for over 5 years. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me. This is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah! I found her here at Razatan. Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hadn't seen her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? We'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over in Alembic. With that, I'll go back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now go quickly, save my beloved. I hate him so much. I hate him. He's so lucky there isn't a kick emote, otherwise I would be kicking him. Oh my god, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. Ugh. Kick him like a soccer ball. Watch him bounce. Good. And that should do it. Now to take this medicine and... Hey, Nashu! Boo! Cork, you're on! It feels like it's been forever. No, definitely less than a year, I'm sure. Ahem. What brings you to Razadhan? Enjoying a spot of adventuring, or perhaps... Then you've heard! It's true! Inspector Hildebrand's gone into hibernation again and... Ah, wait, you're giving me that look. The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked. So back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with through prism and was forced to assess all far away? How that strange rift then opened up? Was the inspector that got sucked up into and then I followed him in after that? After that, we all ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right, and as we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to us and said they were in the interspectral rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about a score they had to settle. Not sure about what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that Inspector Hildebrand hasn't opened his eyes once. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I'm trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. Have you tried kicking him in the face? I think we're making progress. Me and Miss Chupacabra from the Shoshoki Concern, that is. You're Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift with us, right? Along with us, former evil mastermind? Not so bad once you get to know him. Hey, loser. Please I am to meet you once more, and unless compromising is circumstances if I may correct our mutual friend. I'm Chupraka, chairman of the Shadish Concern. I can't say names. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted. But in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? Ahem. I pray you forgive my poor joke. And allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional earthbound, the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand the words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Miss Inspector Hildebrand awaken and return to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I will see to other business. Better not be making more of that duprism, bitch. I'll kill you. Yeah, that's what I thought, fucker! That's what I thought! That's what I thought, you motherfucker! Is he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Ah, but that's right, I had just finished my latest medicine. I've got high hopes for this new recipe. I suppose I also get a look at the Manderville man himself. I'll kick him out of bed, it's fine. Or I could just drop a Bahamut on him. By all means, the inspector is resting in a room up in coma. Awake or asleep, I'm sure you'd enjoy your company. Let's go! Nashu, you're so oblivious. Oh my god. Chupacabra. I can't. Why is the game like... Why is the Hildebrand quest like that? Like this. Oh my god. Up to Kama we go. There he is. Isn't this room nice? Mr. Chupacabra is taking care of everything. He even paid the rent in full. Ah, but I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, right? Study Inspector Hildebrand. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a section and examine it in more detail with R2 and X. He's dead! No. Hildebrand's face. For good features of the lie, what is at closer glance? The sense of mind of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. I could slap him! His leg? These twisted buckles of the stylish footwear are designed unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. Arm. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest occasion does the man resort to violence. Troubling, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. He's dead! Because he's a zombie, you know? He's undead. Mr. Sirkich is during as a representative of the Scionsmen who were summoned to the First for a time. And there goes Nashu, sleeping her life away again. Huh? Oh, finished already? Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? Well, he's a soulless husk, which is less than ideal. I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? We put his soul back in. I have to go find it, though. Give us a little bit. Return his soul to his body, but where did it go? What is it doing there? Probably went to the First to become the Gentleman of Darkness, as you do. I see. Right. So can you go there? Yes. I have the power. Great. In that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue and chat with people there. That's standard agent of inquiry protocol. And since this is Inspector Hildebrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep, or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I've prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it, and with that, do take care out there. Oh, I get to blow him up? Nice. Catharsis. Sick. And now we go to the Crystarium. Here we go. We go forth unto the rift. Ugh, the tank quest. Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pipe, but Marvin's sense tells me that's not why you're here. So this friend of yours has gone missing? Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Can you describe the fellow to me? You wouldn't forget him. Burley, where's the monocle? Well-meaning idiot. Well-meaning idiot. Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Gia, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. That's so. Make it thick. This ale isn't going to drink itself. If it ain't Karan! What brings you back to our neck of the woods? I'm looking for a dumbass. Think you can help me? Now you mentioned it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. At first I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit what's-its. But no, he just stood there striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Damned if I could tell. Silly as going, he was about taking chances, so he said, "Hey, piss off, ghost!" and sent him packing. Did he die, you asked? Which I say, when am I, a Chirurgeon? And also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. And there she goes. Could it be? The Warrior of Darkness! Hi? I thought that was your voice, but I was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. You guys look vaguely familiar. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Bernard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We're little in the way of useful information, though. All I know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not causing any harm. You just got the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. I've been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well. Not quite, Bernard. Karan's come back to track down a missing friend. Your miscreants, I regret to say, might be my friend. Unfortunately. If the man you're looking for might be one and the same, then why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor and a great help. We're just about to get to gather testimonies as it happens. Come and join us in Solon when you've finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. Oh god, there's someone posing. There's someone who's doing the Matterville Mambo. They know. They're doing it to see to any players who come by. Oh god. To Lakeland we go! So, yeah, Sullen's over here. That's what I thought. Pew pew! We're almost there. People! Sullen villager. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing into the forest of the Lost Shepherd, and on my way to deliver fish to the Ustel Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt in front of me. I thought he was banded at first, but then he abruptly turned aside, curled his neck, and then put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Hildebrand, you're such a fucking dumbass. Oh, that fellow? I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug on my arm. And would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. Hildebrand, why? Why are you like this? Unfortunately, we have to call him a friend, even if he's an idiot. He's our idiot, I guess. Ugh. Well, yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurked in the forest, and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. Contrary to his appearance? What, because he's glowing gold? What? Wow. What have you done to yourself, Hildebrand? Finished questioning locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the pose or caused no harm, he's even helped people. So he's a gentleman. I'll bet a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we heard. Everyone's seen an encounter in the forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? Then that's where we'll look next, shall we? And we're off. Whee! Why did I go to the character menu? I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh, look at this small crowd of people. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Oh god, here we go, guys. Gonna see Hildebrand again. For the first time in a week and a half! Well, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the Warrior of Darkness. Show us what you got in mind, and then we'll back you up to the best of our ability. Are we gonna pose? Are we gonna do the fucking pose? Oh my god. Oh no, we're gonna do the pose! No! I'm gonna do the mambo. I'm gonna do the mambo. Follow my dance, guys! This is amazing. Oh my god! That's fucking amazing. Oh my fucking god. We're all doing it now. Hark, what familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these? He's arrived. What? Is it one of the undead ones? No, What? I'm just gonna put. What? An idiot. He's an idiot. Those are the angel. You could get those angel wings from the Mandervilles. From the gold saucer. On your god, it's a Sin Eater! No wait, that's no Sin Eater! It's just an idiot wearing wings. Don't worry about it. It's Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? I am the forgiven gentleman, devourer of sins, light warden extraordinaire. I'm going to kick you. You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman inspector. And Nashu needs you! Oh, Inspector Sin Eater! You're acquainted with the sir, gentleman? He's an idiot. Right then! Clearly your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did you get it in his head that he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Oh, there's one way. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Hey, Hildebrand, come closer for me. I've got a remedy. So we're still trying to save him, right? Ah! The face! The face remake! Ah! Ah, you bitch! Volleyball, serve it back! Kick it! Like a soccer ball! What the fuck is going on? What is going on? What the fuck? I'm taking so many screenshots, guys. It worked before! Oh, there he goes. Well, he's no longer wearing the white... He's no longer wearing the white outfit, so maybe? It's okay. Wicked White, we've killed him! No, he's... No, it's okay. He's been blown up like this before. He'll be fine. See? He's alive! Hey, dumbass! How you doing? Can we come bring you back, idiot? I say, Kiran, I resigned myself to not just ungentle mythology, but you too, my brutish friend. mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Interspectral Rift. Oh, we're gonna have... Oh shit, I forgot they have the echo too! We're all gonna have an echo. Echo time, guys. Panic! Oh, there he is. Where am I? Who am I? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I'd be fucking look, I don't blame her anymore for drop kicking this guy in the face. I mean, look. That's sickening, like, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, aren't you? One of... What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking! Piss off, ghost! Like a speeding torpedo. Oh my god. Oh god. He doesn't even realize. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's about to die. That's one of the least threatening light wardens I've ever seen in my life. It's a that is well, it's not light warden. It's a scene eater. I got confused because this dumbass called himself fucking light warden. What in the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? You're scaring a fucking sin eater. That takes talent. Run for your lives! It's a sin eater. Oh, okay. Me? Sin eater? This dumb motherfucker. The other two are probably like, well, that was fucking stupid. Well, I'll be damned. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder you became convinced he was a sin eater. I saw it too. It was quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. It's Hildebrand. That's... yeah. You're gonna be free of him soon. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it soon. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we? And why is it so purple? Welcome to Lakeland. On the first. We're on another world. Technically a different planet, but it's dimensional shift. Doohickey. Brain not functioning. Anyway, the first what? Are you telling me we somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Yeah. Good gods, the actress and the very boundaries of time and space. But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, agent of Inquiry, Inspector and Sword Down, will return to you forthwith. I'm just sitting there going, yeah, no, this is standard fare. Don't worry about it, guys. This is how it usually goes with this guy. Don't worry about it. It would be really funny if they ended with me picking up one of those crystals that we used to bring the scions back to the source and just jabbed it into his face. And then, oh, there you go. Oh my god, look at all these people. No, I want to talk to these people first. I can't help but Phil, this is not what the Echo was intended for. Explosions, dwarven deckings. Is there nothing this man can't withstand? Me, kicking him in the goddamn chest. Me, well, I've... Whoa! Anyway. Well, I've enjoyed that time I spent in this far-flung first that I can remember. We should be getting back to our own world soon. Do you happen to know where we might go about doing that? Restore my soul with a spirit vessel? Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It's not unlike the brewing the perfect cup of coffee, which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul summoner. We require the services of Beck-Look. Splendid! I see that even in this world you rub shoulders with the cream. Let's pay this Beck-Look a visit. I'm not sure what you're planning to do with souls, but if you require Beck-Look's assistance, we can help. Aye, they've visited us time and again, and I reckon they do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Anyway, let's go. Let's go back to the Crystarium, guys. My face is in my hands, just going, oh my god. Hildebrand, what? Hildebrand is He's exhausting. Gonna drive me absolutely insane. I wanna run with the very best. It would help if I didn't go backwards. If you're ready, I'll call for Beck-Look. Hey, my fine fairy friend. How you doing? Ah, the Genius Soul Simulator. You've become highly recommended by Kuran, and what an adorable little puppy you have! More soul what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confusion. Puppy? Who is this imbecile Kuran? I have in mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. I presume he's a friend of yours and one in need, no less. Yeah, we gotta take him back home. What? Another of your friends needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do last time? You waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. This case is no different from the others, at least. He's present only in soul, as they were. We'll need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? I was kind of hoping there were some extras. Except not really. Here you go. Entrusted to you by the Crystal Extract, you say? If only he knew how you're using it. Fortunately, I have a porksy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters. I suppose it's due for a change of pace. However, there is, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there's a chance he will not survive. That his very essence will be rent asunder. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Aha! Kuran knows me all too well. I assure you, my good simulator, who is Most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry for Hildebrand, Hillador, Maximilian Vanderbilt. Yes. I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Come along, Hildy, I can't be bothered to remember the Latin name. 1,000 thanks! Simply point me to the soul siphon, and I shall hop right in! The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. Thanks. I'm mostly doing this for Nashu. And also for the guys behind me, because they don't deserve to deal with this bullshit. We good? We ready to go? You'll be pleased to know the process went smooth and uneventful. Oh, honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take a spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with its corporeal body. You should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. If his memories aren't intact, that's fine. We'll just knock him back into him. If there's nothing else, Bernard and I shall be getting back to our duties. It's a pleasure, Huron, if all too briefly. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again! Rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after people here in your absence. Once upon a time, you two could have been my companions through all this bullshit. Be thankful you're escaping with your lives. Alright, now we go back to Ratatan. Well, here we go. We're also almost close to being done. For the stream, I mean. Takama we do go, Takama do we go. Heyo, Nashu, I got your stupid boyfriend, I guess. I don't know what he is to you, but I got him here. You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. Did your boyfriend get kidnapped? Here's his soul. The inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the markets to do shopping, and we came back that he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's something that suggests someone forced our way in. We got a case on our hands. The case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come, let's start looking for the witnesses. Of course. Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Look. Help me. I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, and so heavy he strained to lift it. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious. Okay, we gotta go look for a dude with a sack. Ah, there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delion, editor of the Thathnerian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to the exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomenon on our isle. Your companions showed me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident. I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. Oh god. They come from the heavens, from the great expanse. They descend in curious saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. But it could be, and it is. Your dear friend, the inspector, has been abducted by aliens! That's ridiculous. Oh, but you'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else that they might one day take over our world? What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. For the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on vulnerabilities in exchange for position of power within their regime. The final days will also the work of those alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be the easier to conquer. Thusly, it was thwarted, half only by dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. I'm going... Hey, do you know who you're talking to? You clearly don't know who you're talking to. I did that. You dumb motherfucker. I'm going to drop you, kick you to the moon, and have the Loporits have you. I'd hope that the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions, but we see events have only emboldened them if they are indeed carrying out objections here in Razatan. Even as we speak, your friend lies prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and prod him with indescribable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle a fiendish light. But I've said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake. You're an idiot. Goodbye. Anyway, Nashu. I got better information. Oh no, that sounds awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. At least we got the floppy ears part right. Huh? So you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? Well, if not them, then who's probing him? No, nobody. No one's probing him. A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. Yeah, just ignore Mr. Alien Man, who we are probably going to meet again because he has an actual name. And I'm going to have to kick him to the moon and have the Loporits have him because, oh my god, does he not realize who he's talking to? Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Oh god, Nashu's following me. Oh no! My greatest fear! No! I'm being chased by Nashu. Flee! Flee! I can't escape! Discuss the Arcosadora. Haruka and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes. And long snouts too. Longer than anyone I've ever met in Eorzea. Okay, okay. Okay, Nashu. That man with the sack? Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him in his past, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended the Asadal's path and went over to the fountain, where he met with a merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was. My mind was whistling with the possibilities of what it might contain. It had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Well, come along then, Nashu. Ow. That's okay. I love how Nashu just falls down with me. Is like, whatever. Why is this a square? It's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godber at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. Hey, Mr. Traveling Merchant. Or... yeah, you're right. Hey, dude. Hey. Man with the large sack? Ha! You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. In fact, at first I told him to get lost. That bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry and his offer was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. Now I could buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Do you say where he's planning to go next? It's better to say about going to go, because you get to Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that, Karen? We need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away. Oh, he's good. They're planning to drop. They're planning to drop Hildebrand in the sea, probably. This'll get rid of him. Hurry, quick, while he's asleep before that stupid hero comes back and ruins everything. Me getting back right when this happens. Excuse me? Where are you taking the dumbass? He's an idiot, but he's not Shu's idiot. What about yours? No, he's not mine. I don't claim him. Now Nashu's idiocy I will claim. I want to be there already. Oh, there's people down here. That's totally where it is. There's Nashu. Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. No. What if we just let him do it, Nashu? Have you considered that? Have you considered we just let him do it? Over there, that man is definitely up to no good. What guy? Where? Oh! Hey, dude. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator? We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. It's gonna be that one dude. Chukubra? However the hell you say. The guy that Nashu calls Chupacabra. The alchemist. Yep, there he is. Thought so. Master Chupacabra? He expressly told us he had put the evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? He did. The heavy thunk. The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment is promised. My client will be most pleased. Your client? Are we really just gonna let them? What the fuck? Oh, what? Well, what's going on? Oh no! Is it gonna be the inspector to that giant sea monster? His honor and pleasure as always, Dr. Luque. I have faith this specimen will meet your satisfaction. So this is the one who's been said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Manderville man? None other. He has weathered countless explosions and multiple martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is said that he survived during the dull moon itself and survived the lesser moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunate of us, he has fallen into a coma for which I am assured he will never wake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. What the fuck is that? New villain? Those mothers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will exact a bloody glorious revenge. What the fuck? Forgive my boldness, Dr. Lugue. Well, when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not, with the Tephoro gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I will shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. I'm glad I shall accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I'll suffer no comeuppance. Oh, don't be so sure about that. Hey there! How you doing? Hey. No! Not you! No! I must away! Hey! Bitch, come back here! Oh, you just stole Hildebrand. Wait! Dr. Lugue, my payment! There he goes. Wake up, Inspector! Oh god. Oh my god, there she- what, you're just throwing his soul around? Girl. Well, it worked! Right! And knocks him out again. Could it be? The world's no longer purple. Stop moving, damn you! You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge! What the fuck? Oh my god, what have you done? Oh my god. Mummy! There he goes. And there he falls. Not again! Look at the fucking mouth. Why have they done this? Oh, it went faster. Nashu, run! Is it being returned to sender? No! Yeah, return to sender. What the fuck? Well then. Hey, look, he's back on. And he's back into the sea. Hey, this time we didn't have to wake him up. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to wake into. But more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such troubles, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return! What? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised it was just that one journalist guy. No, the Hamza! Oh, right in the kisser. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, Oh god, it's this motherfucker. I knew it! An alien abduction! I didn't think I would have the chance to witness one with my own eyes! This month's issue of the Thethnerian Truth shall be the best one yet! And just when I thought if I had the inspector back, off he went, and then came back, and then floated off again. I'm pretty sure they just condensed all of what would have been Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers quests into just 2 quests for Endwalker. I know it's not the first time they've taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Razatan. Oh my god, guys, it's been almost 4 hours. Holy shit. I always underestimate how long these streams for 14 are gonna go. I thought we'd be done like 2 hours ago. But here we are. Oh, Inspector, why have you left me again? And where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant and Nashu will solve the mystery of your disappearance. Again! Don't you worry, Karan. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first one to know. Till next time! Here we go, guys. The credits. Meanwhile, a mere lamentorium. It really is just fucking on the moon. What is going on? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's so cute! I'm gonna pat it on the head. It's so cute! Why didn't it take Hildebrand? What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? Well, we're done. We're free. Bye, Nashu. You have a good time here in Razatan. Bye. Oh my god. I think that's everything new. Music's gonna disappear for a couple seconds. I'm gonna check the patch notes again. There's beast tribes. There's some new stuff in housing. Nope, that was it. Everything else is just changes to the battle system or things like that. Like new items that they've added. Things like that. Whee! Normally I'd go to my apartment for the ending part, but we're gonna go to the inn room because we're gonna listen to that song we got earlier. You know, from that one quest that made me cry. Only... That's not it. Here it is. Wait, give me 1 second. Ta-da! Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start getting ready for the cooldown. Yes, please look at my carbuncle's butt. So basically, that's it for the stream. Just before we did be finished, just before 4 hours. Good job, us. But I am still streaming Assassin's Creed 2 later today. But I am going to be ending stream for now. Until then. Again, I don't know if we're finished Assassin's Creed 2 tonight. If we do, I won't be streaming Tuesday next week. But if we don't finish tonight, we'll do more Assassin's Creed 2 tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next Tuesday. Thursday, we're gonna be going back to Xenoblade Chronicles and saving Melia from the ruins. Then on Sunday, we're gonna be doing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 again. I was originally planning to go back to .hack GU once we finish Assassin's Creed 2, but I'm still having some issues getting my PS4 to connect to the game capture card. So until I fix that, we are going to be doing a different game. Where is it? Yeah. I'm thinking about doing The Cruel King and the Great Hero, which is a... I want to say it's like a side-scrolling RPG, but I don't really know too much about it. I just knew that I liked the way it looked and the art style and stuff. So I got it. So I don't really know much about what's in it. We'll find out, I guess. That being said, we're done now. So, and I talked about the scheduling. I'm probably gonna talk a little bit again later on during the stream tonight. But next time we stream Final Fantasy XIV will either be because I just feel like it, which might be just me doing my daily stuff, or next time will be for patch 6.2, or whatever bed's next. Anyway, that's pretty much it for today. Well, for now. I'll see you guys later today for Assassin's Creed 2, so... It'll be around the usual time, 7 to 8 p.m. Mountain Standard, which is 9 to 10 Eastern. Anyway, see you guys then. Until then, you guys have a good day, a good night, and a good week. Bye-bye!